Let's do this thing. Take it to the studio. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to some of you out there. Welcome to yet another best of the best tournament here on Project 1999 Green Server. The true classic experience is here on Project 1999. Don't forget that. I appreciate all y'all being out there today and looking forward to having a lot of fun this glorious, beautiful day in Lake Wrath. Well, the arena here in Lake Wrath. It is a beautiful day. We should probably all be outside doing some lawn work, but we are here battling it out. The knights going against one another. Well, one another within the same class, of course. Paladins and Shadow Knights. We have a bit of folks here that have signed up, and I think most of the folks who have signed up are checked in, I do believe. Don't quote me on that. But in case you were looking for some Shadow Knights or some Paladins to cheer for here, as of about, I don't know, I guess about 20 minutes ago, here's who had originally signed up. So be on the lookout for your guildies, your friends, your family members. Make sure you cheer them on. Not nearly as many participants as we had for the last event, which went for, I don't know, what, 6 hours? Oh, jeez. This one is less than half of that, which is, which this should be a nice, clean, smooth, and fast tournament here this fine Sunday afternoon. So, hey, as we bring in the event, appreciate Soul Dojo, possibly been Joey Robots for leveling up. Thank you very much. And for the follows, Mihun. Thank you for the follow. As we continue on throughout the event, y'all should know if this is your first time here, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Typically, once the event starts, I remove myself from the main event. You'll just be hearing commentary. Also, some things that may get lost is my acknowledgement of follows and leveling up out there. But I do appreciate everything, and I'll make sure during some downtime, I'll make sure to call out those folks who are showing support. All right, you have all the Paladins on the servers to sign up, says Krieger. Jagot says, Laren lawn work, man. That takes me back to the late 90s. Yeah, my lawn work days, man. That's a story for another day. Okay. So we are about 7 minutes away from the official start time, which is noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. So we'll just sit tight for a bit. Is the production crew still alive? I don't know. I know Dave said that the production crew's on suicide watch. We do have a fresh, brand new production crew hired. And so hopefully they are on top of things today. There are no technical issues whatsoever. Dave gifted a sub to the first person to send Eckler and a tell-in game with your Twitch username. Wow. That's very generous of you, Dave. Thank you for even making that offer. LevelUpLarry back on P99. That's right, Alex. We have to, home is where the heart is, my friend. Lander, plenty of time to take out a few gobbies in Soleil. That's about 80% XP over there on Mischief. Alpha team, hello, hey, how's it going? All right, so I'm excited. I'm excited for each and every one of these events, and the nights. I know some people. I know people in every tournament, but I know some people that are going to be competing today, and we'll see how it does, how they do, how it goes. But I'm hoping that everybody who participates, actually ahead of time. I mean, those of you who take the time and you step up, show a little bravery, putting yourself out there to compete in this tournament, this stage of competition here, you're the true heroes, and I appreciate y'all doing that because it does take a lot. Trust me, I know. Look at that, Dave, power leveling Core Scout there. Thank you very much for that, Dave. Course, congratulations on getting power leveled. Datho out there, what's up, Datho? Are you ready? All right. Just kidding. Oh, Zark. Oh man, Datho bringing in some early level up hype. Power level and five folks out there. Turkus, G the Hair Bear, Monkey Atomic, Tyrus, and Talon P99 getting power level. Datho says, I am ready, Larry. I am ready. Well, I'm very excited to see how this all plays out. We are 5 minutes away from the start of the tournament. Let's go to the field and see how the crowd is looking thus far. Oh, all right, there we go. So folks gathering here. Oh, I'm not gonna be on screen here. I'm off screen. See y'all later. Ramal out there. What's up, Taxman? Oh man, look at this. The action already starting here before the event has begun. One of the Shadow Knight participants beating up on a poor, unsuspecting gnome who has to flee for their life. Wasn't expecting there to be commentary this early into the event, or excuse me, before the event. But, you know, here we are. So, got quite the crowd here. If you're looking to attend the event here in person, just as a reminder, you'll want to make your way down to Lake Wrath. Let's appropriately show a running character, shall we? We shall. Here we go. Make sure the quickest way to get here, probably if you need a port or something, is to head on over to Firat. From Firat, you run yourself over to the Wrath Mountains, and then from the Wrath Mountains to Lake Wrath, and then to the arena, which is on the far west side of Lake Wrath. Again, beautiful weather out here in Lake Wrath. Even more beautiful here in the arena. Make sure, come on out here. It's not too late. Get here and show some support to the combatants for the event today. Dang it, here I go again. Son of a gun. All right. Here we go. The audience members, we have special guests here. Typical arena audience members here. Lord Nagafin, Lady Vox, Cervelius, how do you even say Cervelius? Never actually tried to say that out loud. Veneral Sathir, Itaruk, Kazakthul, and that is it. Zertopus and Sabazul chilling on top. Ready for action. Prediction up. Let's get the gambling started early. Thank you for that, Dave. Will Larry roll odd or even? Let's get a little gambling started early. Getting some intel from the GM team here. Or about the GM team, I should say. That those of you who are running a little behind and need a lift, then I'm hearing that Medris may take pity on the runners if they request such services. So there you go. All right, folks are now getting into position from an audience standpoint. And while that is happening here, we have big points being thrown out there for whether or not I will roll odd or even. For those of you who are new to Twitch or new to the channel, or I guess maybe a combination of both, perhaps, you'll want to, there are channel reward points here. And so if you're brand new, then you probably don't have much to gamble. But anytime you see a prediction, that is an opportunity for you to gamble those points, which you earn by viewing this channel. And you can gamble and hope you can double or triple or quadruple or whatever it may be those points, so then you can use them for for low channel point rewards that I have. You're basically a millionaire here until I start to inflate the prices of those rewards one day. One day there'll be some high ticket items. I did boost as I see LevelUpLarry bot doing its usual spam. The crowd noises have been amped up, so feel free to use those as necessary, when applicable, whatever you want. There you go, just like that. Alpha Team, I don't know anything about EQ, but did you say the GMs will TP on demand? I do believe for this particular event, for a small time frame, I'm not sure how long, but yes, if you're running late, send a tell to Medris, M-E-D-R-I-S, and he may or may not be able to summon you. But once the event kicks off, I imagine that service will probably slow down, if not completely stop. I'm not sure who's going to be playing ref today. I'm going to say tonight a lot because I'm not used to streaming during the day, ever. But just keep that in mind. 32,000 points for me to roll odd. 19,000 points that I roll even. Intense. Few participants here in the audience ready to go, wondering what's going on in their minds. We have Zark here. Zark and I go back and had some time down in the old ruins of Sebelis, where I was very successful in training the entire group while with summoning a pet inside of a wall. Zark's finding a way to survive and come out of it all stronger as he shows up here all bloodied up, but ready to fight. Looking forward to big things from the ogre. Those brackets are potentially old, so let me see here. Or did they? Yeah, that's monks. So excuse me. Let me update that command as soon as I have the link here. D-Zags, if you're out there and you have a new link for the brackets, then if you don't mind pasting it, and I'll update my command there, and then we'll all be current. Okay, the event is getting started here as Medris formally kicking off the event here with a welcome message. Datho, is that the... Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. This was pasted anytime before. I must have missed it, so I apologize. Let me update the bracket command. I'm gonna make a new bracket command as well. Actually, I'm gonna have my production crew do that. All right. Good job. All right, greetings, combatants. On behalf of the server staff, we are thrilled to welcome you to the best of the best tournament on P99 Green. Before we start, I'd like to remind all of you that the rules of the best of best events, which is what we're going to cover right now, will so this will outline the general rules of the tournament, as well as the class specific rules for whoever goes first. And then, yeah, let's see here. All right. Good job, production crew. Bracket commands seem to have been updated. Brackets or bracket will both suffice. All right, so the following types of items won't be allowed. Any artifacts, no fungi tunics, no amulets of necropotence. In the event that combat exceeds 15 minutes of real time, then the event staff may increase the contestant's size, increasing their hitbox, making things speed up a little bit. No ringers. If you don't own the account, then you are not... Oops. Production crew, stop changing the camera. Then you are not supposed to be participating in this tournament. No exploits or bugs. Keep your cool, play nice policy in full effect. Inford says, no fungi tunics, it's our master race. Alpha Sites, enjoy your stream while I run around in circles? Yes, love it. correction. Ringers will not be allowed. Okay, there must have been a typo there. I just kind of glossed over it. Ringers will not be allowed. So don't get any ideas. I'm joking. Let me go ahead and... Oh, I guess I should have rolled before the thing started, before the announcement started. Talwin asking the question, what is a ringer? A ringer is someone who doesn't own the account but is playing that character. So it's like me playing Frey, for example, who's participating in the tournament, but that's not my character. We're going to start with the Shadow Knights. Due to the number of participants, we will be starting with 2 extra matches. All right, fantastic. So Shadow Knights will be competing first. Following rules are specific to the Shadow Knight portion of today's events. Both knights, once debuffed and resummoned, shall be asked if they're ready for the match to start. Once the match starts, the timer will start of 30 seconds that the knights are allowed to cast on themselves. During this time, any non-offensive spells will be allowed. So, essentially, the buff period. Match starts in 30 seconds regardless if the knight is ready. An explosion and verbal statement will start the 30-second period and also the start of the match. In the event that a knight, I'm kind of paraphrasing and making up my own commentary here, but if you attack too soon, too early, you will be faulted. If you fight outside of the ring, you will be faulted. Epic weapons are allowed but cannot be right-clicked. Pet weapons will not be allowed. Pet buffs outside those that a Shadow Knight can provide him or herself will not be allowed. This includes using Muzzle of Mardu, which is 11% haste mask or gear, pet gear. Harm Touch will be allowed and will be reset after each match upon request. Be mindful of that, Shadow Knights. Hey, Bat-chan, what's going on? Nice to see you out there. What happens if you right click? You get faulted if not disqualified. No, the Paladin or the Shadow Knight epics don't have a right-click effect. Well, there you go. What's up, Puddin'? D loves Puddin'. The Fabled SK epic right-click. Don't ask me what's. Oh. Yeah, a lot of the material that we've gotten for these best of the best, and when I say we, I mean the P99 Green staff team and event team and whatnot, has been from like the original rule set. So most of the time, it's a lot easier just to copy pasta that. Okay, the first match here, Zark versus Meitai. Is it Meitai? That's what's happening. All right, I'm gonna do a quick random, odd or even. Well, you know what? Let me wait. I'm sorry. This match is things are already moving quickly. They're doing the spells. So we'll make sure to close up that prediction here. Actually, let's just close it out now. All right, 65. Odd. Close out that prediction so we can get another one going. All right, Zark versus Meitai. Let's see if we can get this going. How the HP bars looking, production crew? Looking okay. Let's get some enhanced nameplates, production crew, immediately. Match is starting really soon. Prep period has begun. for the first match. Ogre versus Ixar. All righty. Oh. Oh. There we go. Oh, you can't. Okay, I can close it. So it was odd. So 62% of you are winning. Okay, the match has begun. Forget about that. Let's go. Zark representing Fires of Heaven. Maytai Srabane representing Gathered Might. Okay. See Ballistic out there in the crowd making an appearance. So the pet strategy, of course, Shadow Knight's not really known for their pets doing an immense amount of damage. However, I do believe they both had pets going into this, and one is not present, which means that Zark was mindful enough to fear it. No, excuse me. No, I'm sorry. Maytai was mindful enough to fear it, as Zark is getting roughed up by Genan. Zark taking a bit of damage, and there we go. There's Zark's pet. The combination of Maytai swinging around that big two-handed hammer there, and his pet, Zark taking a bit of damage, but also Maytai, actually, they're both taking a bit of damage. And off goes Ziddick, Zark's pet. Pets will bash is the chat intel that I'm getting, and that's a good point. Pets will bash, which in turn, of course, has the chance of interrupting a Shadow Knight trying to cast a spell. Shadow Knights have a variety of life taps and dots. That spell effect is more than likely indicating a life tap, but don't quote me on that. We're probably going to learn the details of Shadow Knight PvP as we move along in this tournament. But right now, both participants, after taking a bit of damage here about a minute or so into it, Zark sitting at about 50%, Maytai sitting at about 70%, 65% or so. Indeed, Ogres having the racial advantage of frontal stun immunity. Ixars, of course, having the advantage of regeneration. Will certain races stand out over others in this tournament? We'll find out. Zark taking a last-minute harm touch, being saved to try to seal the deal as Maytai going in for the kill. Oh, dear. Both pets going at it, locking each other down. Maytai trying to seal it, and successful as Maytai knocks out Zark and eliminates him from the tournament. Congratulations to Maytai. Nice finish. Zark, good try. Good stuff. All right. Well, we can safely say, at least judging by the first match, that Shadow Knight matches are probably going to go a little faster than Monk matches, if anybody had any doubt. But we'll see. The strategies can vary. We've only seen one match thus far. Let's see how it all plays out. Talon asking the question, can you not joust in these? Well, it wasn't explicitly mentioned at the kind of the beginning of the round rules or tournament rules for Shadow Knights. I do believe that is a general rule, is that jousting is not allowed. All right. Damrius representing SEAL Team versus Nostalgia representing Force of Will is the next match. Dispels have gone out. Oh, oops. Uh-oh. Production crew. I have. All right. Prep time has begun. Buffs are going out. Pets are being summoned. I have way too many people on the production team here. I'm cluttering my space. Match has begun. Nostalgia going for a fear. Successful in fearing Jigabag. Oh, ball out. Okay, they both go. Off they go. They're gonna go talk shop. Both pets have been feared. Now it's just down to Nostalgia, who I do believe is a dark elf Shadow Knight. That's not a mask. Hold on, let me get some clarification here. Both. Is that so? It is so. Both Shadow Knights here. Inherently dark elf. No masks at play here. Seeing a different, some different weaponry being used here is Nostal going for the old mason board. Damrius sporting that epic weapon. Dark Elf certainly does win Fashion Quest. Both pets now back attempting to stun. Dark Elf advantage for Shadow Knights other than Fashion Quest is, well, Ultravision? Higher intelligence, perhaps? Production crew forgetting to change the camera. Strike one to the production crew. Passive hide, indeed. That's true. That's true. All Shadow Knights get hide, says Wolf. For that chat intel. Larger mana pool. Subsoul Dojo. Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh! Not paying attention to the health bar, but Nostalgia arm touching Damrius and just let's run that one back. Run it back. Boy, oh boy, as I'm sitting here talking about stuff not relevant to the tournament, things are happening as Nostalgia. Oh, look at that beautiful hard touch. Oh. Nicely done to Nostalgia, advancing to the next round. And good fight, Damrius. Next match, they them versus Juiblex. Oh goodness, I'm having a hard time today reading words. Juiblex. They them mini man parts representing SEAL Team. Juiblex, I'm gonna keep saying Juiblex representing Gathered Might. Juiblex troll sporting an epic, and they them mini man parts. Dark Elf looking like he's using that That Sword of the White Dragonite, Red Dragonite, you know, whatever that one. I could be wrong on that one. That's what it looks like, though. Prep period has begun. And 10 seconds before the match begins. Probably a knocked blade. That's true. Could be. As usual, my weapon... Oh, what's happening here? Fight has begun, and they, them, mini man parts sitting down. Dweeblex kind of like, Okay, I guess I'll just sit here and take advantage of the range by casting spells on you. And subsequently fearing they, them's pet. There's a pet that's actually attacking someone else. Vanelsier, who's trying to figure out what's going on here. An audience member is getting attacked and the audience member responding. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a pet attack an audience member. Whose pet is that? And are they trying to send a message to another participant here? Vanelsier now just trying to run around and not cause a ruckus. But one of the Shadow Knights here is not aware of their pets wailing on someone who it should be wailing on, and that must be they. Excuse me, that's Dweeblex's pet, as Dweeblex just feared they them's pet. Wow. Well, let's see here. Can't put a lot of weight into pet damage, and I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen a harm touch go out, but they them taking a lot more damage. Dweeblex virtually unscathed, and there it is, the harm touch to finish them off. They, them, mini man parts will be one man part, will have one man part fewer as a result of this knockout. Dweeblex advancing to the next round. Congratulations, and they, them, good fight. Wow. Dweeblex's pet fighting Vanelsier the entire time. Wondering if it was just a little bit of a flex, if not a taunt and an intimidation tactic, trying to get the mind games going here, as Dweeblex had his pet on Vanelsier the entire match. How about that? Well, whether it was a little bit of an unintended warm-up, Vanelsier, Leper Messiah, representing Gathered Might, is now fighting against Coincidence, Lucky Charm, representing Safe Space. All right, let's get things going here, as the prep period is beginning in about 5 seconds. .30 seconds of prep time active. 15 seconds of prep time remain. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight. Vanelsier starting off with an offensive spell there. Both SKs not really too concerned about the pets here. Now Vanelsier fearing Coincidence's pet and nicely micromanaging their pet, sticking it on Coincidence for a brief moment until Coincidence promptly feared it. Now it's just down to the Ogre and the Ixar here. Coincidence looking to be using a Noctivagant blade, however you say that. And then Vanelsier here with the Epic. Let's see how it plays out. Now, here's what we know is what has been consistent so far, and for good reason, unsurprisingly. But Shadow Knight's waiting until the last second, and by that, like within the last 30% or so of HP, to unload their harm touch. Wondering if we'll see an earlier harm touch in the event today. As it stands now, though, Coincidence getting into the danger zone of HP very slowly. Well, not slowly, but very gradually. As Vanelsier's pet and Vanelsier herself aggressively, oh my goodness, aggressively putting on the pressure to Coincidence, who's just kind of stunned a little bit, gathering himself. Vanelsier going for, is that a Dispel? Do Shadow Knights have a Dispel? Can I get some field intel on that? Coincidence now with about 20-ish% health and dropping is in bad shape. Datho says we do. Okay. Coincidence now throwing back a harm touch, but not really phasing Vanelsier, as Coincidence is just seconds away, not even seconds actually. It's a done deal. Vanelsier advancing to the next round. Congratulations. And Coincidence, good fight. These Shadow Knight matches are moving quickly. Wow. Let's see who's up next. Looks like Meitai is going up again here versus Greedblood. So I guess I haven't looked at the brackets, but I'm taking it that Frey and another Shadow Knight have a bye, perhaps, or there's one, or there's going to be a match after this, but or something. Seems like it might be a bye for them. But right now it's Greedblood, Sluck Magic representing SEAL Team versus Meitai, who just had a match 2 matches ago. Meitai Shrawbane representing Gathered Might. Started back at the top. Yeah. We'll have to take a look at the bracket here, see what's happening. Positions have been taken. Prep period beginning momentarily. See some commentary about they do a winner versus winner. There may be something exciting in the form of an exhibition match at the end of the event. So once things are wrapped up, don't go anywhere. There may be something happening. Bama swag. That would be awesome at the end. Pally versus SK. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? All right. Greedblood versus Maytai. Greedblood seemingly not too concerned about Maytai's pet wailing on him. But maybe for good reason. Well, until he turns his back on it, then he's fully vulnerable there for a stun. The footsies of Maytai just seeming to evolve in just a short period of time, just dancing around the ogre. Oh, I forgot to move all these windows. I'm sorry. I usually move all these windows before I start the match here, so there's less clutter. My bad. I'll try to do that here in real time as we're watching this one. My fault. Okay, well, I'll do it here in a little bit. Let's just pay attention to the match here. Both participants here doing minimal damage, but damage nonetheless. Most of the damage being on the receiving end there for Greedblood. Cash Bets out there leveling up. Thank you so much. Level 9. Big hype. Congratulations. I appreciate you. Just really impressed by Maytai's taking advantage of the opportunity of Greedblood staying still and just dancing around him. Greedblood turning a little slower, at least that's what it visibly looks like. But still able to produce some damage regardless of how fast or slow that they are turning. But will it be enough? The crowd is booing. Not happy with what's going on right now. Maytai's pet continuing to chip away at Greedblood. Maytai actually taking a nice little chunk of damage here. Well, so did Greedblood. This is a close one, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get Ultra Vision? Oh, you know what? I forgot to summon another. I gave one to second camera guy. I did not give myself one after that. Getting some intel from the field that Lober is attacking Kazakh Thul. Once again, we have these Shadow Knights not controlling their pets effectively. Attacking audience members and Kazakh Thul, no less. The hubris. Greedblood now down to about 15% HP, about 20% HP, and dropping. As the harm touches have gone out, it is now down to just the pure combat prowess of these combatants. Of course, ogres would prevail, I would think, against the Nixar in that category. With their brute strength. Wow, this is close. Oh my goodness. Greedblood's starting to show a little life and moving those feet. But it might be too late for Greedblood as there just a missed opportunity, not only by his pet hitting Kazakh Thul, but then just, oh, Maytai's pet just doing its thing. Greedblood down. Maytai advancing. Congratulations once again to Meitai, the Ixar, in good fight, Greed Blood. Next fight, Nostalgia versus Frey. Oh, it is a force of will showdown. This is always a tough situation when you have to go up against a guildie. Let me tell you, speak from experience. You hate that it has to happen, but sometimes it just has to happen. Nostalgia, representing force of will. Frey Mist, aka Dathomix, representing force of will as well. Best of luck to both combatants. Dispel's going out. Nostalgia showing some nice performance in their first round of combat there. And of course, the nerves, you have to think that there's a little bit of an advantage having a match under your belt, calming the nerves. Hopefully helping you focus a little bit. That's not always true. I was a wreck every single match. Prep period. Starting in about 5 seconds now. Going to be paying close attention to the pet micromanaging throughout this tournament here, as we have seen some blunders twice already. Battletoad running across the ring. Interesting. Battletoad wanting to get himself a better spot right next to Kha'Zix Thul, it would seem. 10 seconds of prep time remain. Ooh. Ooh. Frey almost looking like he sent his pet a little prematurely, but there we go. Both pets there. Both fears going out. Both fears landed almost in sync with each other to the T, as Frey and Nostalgia are going at it. Hey, production crew, we're missing an HP. We're missing an HP part. Production crew. Frey, the first and perhaps the only human Shadow Knight in this tournament, or on this server for that matter, looking to give a good name for human combatants and participants here in these tournaments, as they are typically known as the underdogs, unless you're talking about casters, and then they absolutely dominate. Specifically wizards. Crowd's going quiet just for a brief moment of time here. Not sure what happened. The suspense. The crowd just holding their breath. Let's get some combat sounds going on here. All right, they're back to acting normal again. Very nice re-fearing of the pets here, as Frey has the small edge of about 10% HP against Nostalgia right now. A few juicy rounds of combat can change that, of course. We do know that. Ooh, Nostal getting a nice life tap landed there, and basically now back in the advantage, or taking the advantage, I should say, from an HP standpoint. But it's a pretty close match here. It is going to boil down, just like every Shadow Knight match up to this point, going to boil down to where do you stand after the harm touch, and can you somehow produce enough damage to make a comeback if you're on the bottom of the bottom end of the HP. Oh wait, there it is. There it is. Both HPs going out almost at the same time, and it is almost dead even. Nostalgia going for a life tap, which is probably smart. Frey trying to do something around interrupting that. Oh my gosh. Lots of damage being done. Frey holding on with the Frey. of hope. Will Frey land? Oh my gosh, it's so close! He's so close! Frey landed a bad! Oh my gosh! Frey with virtually no HP! Run that one back! Oh my goodness! It was down to literal percentage points, like 1 or 2, and Frey coming back and managing. Sadly, it's bittersweet, but eliminating their guilty nostalgia. Frey with the win and going on to the next round. Goodness gracious. Excellent fight. Down to the dang wire. Unbelievable. I do believe that we will probably be switching over to Paladins. Let's just get confirmation of that from the staff here. While that's happening, don't forget. Okay, there we go. We are swapping over to Paladins. Okay. What an amazing first segment of this tournament. The Shadow Knights not disappointing. Best of the best here on Project 1999 Green. Cheers. Hope all of you are staying hydrated. Wow. What do y'all think? I love it. Let's take it back now real soon as we are going through the rules specific to the Paladins, which should look pretty similar to how they did for the Shadow Knights. Yeah, so we're gonna be looking at a similar setup. We're gonna have a prep time to buff each other, or buff yourselves, or you can buff each other if you'd like. Match will start 30 seconds, all that good stuff. Hey, all y'all out there, I see the Jeff2 cash bets. Jeff2 with the, oh, Jeff2 leveling up. Thank you, Jeff2, really appreciate you. Cash bets, of course, throwing down that prime as well. Thank you very much for that again. Hatch Karma, Symmetrical Art, thank you very much for the follows. Appreciate all of your support. Glad that you're here. One thing to call out here specific to the Paladins, in case you didn't already know it, lay on hands is not allowed. That is not allowed. We'd be here all day. Nah, I'm joking, but lay of hands is not permitted. So in case you were concerned about these matches lasting all day, well, there you go. Cash Bet's asking Larry, what's in the cup? Oh, water. Vrax says, no, that's correct, Larry. We would be here all day. Okay, let's take it back to the field as Brave versus Book will be our first match for the Paladin first round of eliminations. Much smaller group of participants for the Paladins. I believe it was a cap, or not a cap, it was 6 in total. But we do have right now Book representing Kingdom versus Brave representing SEAL Team. As dispels are going out, leading into the prep time. Let's see how this will play out here for the Paladins here. Production crew, please update the nameplates. Okay. Naxident, thank you very much for the follow. 10 seconds of prep time are remaining. Let's see if we got this going. Looks like we are good. Book representing the Dwarven race here. Stout and crafty folk. I imagine we're gonna be seeing some barrel rolls out there. Very excited for that. And Brave. High Elf. Prep period. High Elf. End of commentary. No, Brave looking real good, actually, from a Fashion Quest perspective. There's nothing quite like a High Elf Paladin. Gotta say, I think that is probably the best race class combo. One of the best outside of Erudite. From a Fashion Quest perspective. Okay, let's get this thing going. 10 seconds of prep time here. Getting some intel from chat here. Brave was level 52 10 days ago. And he grinded it out so he could compete in this competition. That's awesome. Okay. Match has commenced here. We're going to see a series of stuns. And it looks like some ranged combat. Is this going to be the Paladin tournament meta here? Some ranged attacks action? That's what's going to happen? We shall see. But I'm thinking that since we've seen it already, the first match within about 20 seconds, I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. As we are oh. We might be in for the long haul here, as about a minute and a half into the first Paladin match, we're seeing about a total of maybe 7% damage done across both combatants at this point in time. And we're probably going to see this slowly chip away if we're not going to see some melee action. Meanwhile, folks in the audience starting to yawn. These matches, as the crowd is not really happy right now. I was gonna say these matches. Oh goodness. Okay, crowd. Okay. Okay, crowd. Wow, we have a feisty bunch out there. Oh dear. Just really disgruntled audience members. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to send some ushers out there to try to calm these folks down. There we go. There's some cheers. So the strategy is definitely going to evolve here. I think this first match, like many other best of the best tournaments, the first match always isn't the most exciting. You got folks that are trying to understand, trying to get a feel for the pace, for the rhythm of the match. Nerves can play a part. Strategies will evolve, hopefully, maybe, perhaps. Aww. What's going to happen here, though, is here's what I'm predicting for this first match. It's going to go the 15 minutes. And hitboxes are going to be enlarged because Brave's taking a bit more damage there. We'll see what happens. But let's not forget that Paladins can heal themselves. While they may not have access to lay on hands, they certainly have access to healing themselves. So I can probably predict that this is going to go the distance one way or another. Okay. Book having enough time to cast a buff on himself. Damage starting to open up a little bit as Book getting close to that 50% mark. Brave doing some nice chunks of damage when he gets a chance to swing that beautiful fiery sword. Commentary from audience here. Pillow fight is what this is being equated to. Not my words. Audience members. Commentary from chat here. Wet noodles. Being used as a descriptive word of... Oh! Oh! Of what is happening right now. Has Book procced yet? I don't think so. This may be a good time here. Let's zoom out for a little bit. This is going to be a good time for me to do a few adjustments here on the main screen. Don't mind the casting. Okay, there we go. I have ultra vision now. That's one of the things I needed to do here. Oh no. Oh, production crew moving the hit point bar. Come on, production crew. Please don't do that again. All right, let's get back to it. I'll move the rest of this stuff in a bit. I'm trying to open up some of this screen real estate by moving all these windows I have that are not necessary at all. Getting a good question from some field intel here, or from the field around where's the stun meta? I think I've seen 2 or 3 stuns casted. I would if I were to, I mean, look, again, there's a level of nerves here, but I would be, what's the cooldown on stun? I'd be spamming the heck out of that bad boy. Super easy to resist is what I'm hearing. I see. So I guess they tried it 1 or 2 times and decided that it wasn't worth the wasted mana, as they're probably going to want to conserve that mana for heals towards the last leg of this fight. Of course, not having the audience on your side as there's just commentary happening in both out of character and in say, wondering if there's a psychological effect to that for these participants. So far, they're not relenting on this strategy, which is almost looking like a bit of a waltz. The crowd not happy. Hearing that bash is also a potential effective strategy with their epics. Not sure if I've seen Book or Brave get stunned. I may have missed it. Well, I may have spoke too soon. Looked like Book kind of paused there for a second. Well, as it stands now, Book, with about a quarter of his health, the dwarf. Brave not too far behind him, though. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I don't think I've seen either of the paladins heal. Which I'm anticipating happening here pretty soon. No dwarf rolls yet. That's correct. Good observation. Was there a stun there? And did I not see a spell effect for that? Or what happened there? Was that a bash? Okay, now we got spell effects. We're good. Oh no, that was kind of weird. Brave getting a sneaky buff in. There we go. The first heal. Oh, first heal going out there. This is it's a great time to start just staying still and wailing on your opponent, I would think. I'm not in the ring though. Brave deciding to go for another buff. Not sure which it is. Book took a second there to swing That fiery sword. Didn't interrupt him though. Question out there asking, why isn't blind allowed? It's a pally spell. Yes, indeed. It's a great question. I do believe blind acts as a fear, correct? And so it will send you running outside of the ring. And that just complicates things. Now, if it doesn't send you fleeing or running around, then of course, then my guess would be that it's maybe a little too much just to stare at a black screen. A little too, I guess, overpowered from a PvP standpoint. Or cheap. Cheap is probably a better word to use. It's kind of a cheap way. All right, well, so both paladins were approaching the 25%-ish HP mark, but now with heals are back up to 50. I'm not sure where we are with timers, but it's feeling like we're going to be getting closer and closer to that 15-minute part, or 15-minute mark, where both paladins will be enlarged, thus creating larger hitboxes, thus moving this match along to a finish of some sort. While this is going on, I'll take an opportunity here to say thank you to Lord Zev, who leveled up to level 15. Thank you very much, Lord Zev. And Metaphor Junglist leveling up to level 3. Congratulations on level 3. That is a new badge. Level up hype.
You're not playing.
There's a lot of moving in this match. Book going for a heal, uncontested, both of them looking like they're going to heal to full. And almost exactly what happens here is Book is back in the 90% area for HP. Definitely looking like these Paladin matches will not end in a timely fashion. Just by pure design. 1 minute until hitboxes are increased. For those of you here for the Monk event 2 weeks ago, you may recall that there had to be some adjustments on the fly to help move things along. And while we only have, this is my words only, my own speculation, while we only have 6 Paladins in this tournament, I'm wondering if we start to see those hitbox increases happening a little faster. Book now almost looking like he is, like the match just started here at almost virtually full health here. As Brave saying, you know what, why not? I'll heal myself. Oh, actually, look, we had ourselves an interrupt. Very nice. And there it is. Oh, here we go. Now this is this is what I'm talking about. Hitbox is enlarged. Participants cannot get away nearly as well as they have been. Although it seems like they're finding a way to. There we go. Brave going for an early here, getting interrupted though. Very nice. Will Brave be able to get a heal off? Not looking like it. Oh, yeah, Brave got a heal off that time. Would have been 3 stuns in a row if he hadn't. There's a proc. Didn't seem to do any damage though, or at least not too much. I'm not sure what it procs for. What does the Fiery Avenger proc for? Proc seeming to happen a little bit more frequently there for a moment. Oh, it's a fire dot. Thank you for that clarification. And forgive my my comment there about it not doing any damage. It's a dot. Of course, that is going to be seen over time. It's not a fire dot, says Aratani. Hi, Aratani. It's a 150 point damage, direct damage. Okay. Well, thank you for the intel there. Appreciate it. Comment being made by the audience here, wondering and asking the question to Medris: do they need to be? Does their size need to be increased again? Question mark. Usually, at least what we observed with the monk tournament, once they were this size, there was really no escaping damage. But these paladins are finding a way. to evade damage here. Enigma Factory, thank you for the 100 bits. Jock News, thank you for the follow. Hatch Karma, thank you very much for leveling up, and I think I did hear a host. Thank you for hosting. Really appreciate that. Commentary from from the audience here. This is the director's cut of the first match. All joking aside, again, just props to anyone who, like I was saying at the beginning, anyone who decides to step into this ring and participate. You want to win, you want to get the titles, and if this is the strategy that's going to get you there, hey, so be it. Not a lot of tools that paladins can work with on the PvP, on this PvP stage. And in most instances that we've seen, melee isn't too fond of standing toe-to-toe, as there is a level of strategy to exercising some footsies. Unlike other melee classes, though, they didn't have self-heals. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue that life tap is a self-heal. But you know what I'm saying. Oh, Fiery Defender. I think I called it the Fiery Avenger earlier. My fault. All right. Well, here we are back to about the 25% mark for, well, for Brave, really. Book a little bit above that. Seeing as Brave has slowed down, or both paladins have slowed down on the healing, I'm wondering if they're about out of mana, which is also inevitably going to happen. Book with some sort of proc there. I'm not sure what proc that was. It looked like he was kind of out of range, but something procced. Brave down to about 15%-ish HP here. Book slowly starting to lose life as well. Well, no matter how long this match has been, it looks like it's going to end in dramatic fashion. And this is what we all came here to see. As Book, representing Kingdom, versus Brave, representing SEAL Team, down to just a little bit of HP. There's no harm touch to seal the deal here. It's gonna have to be unrelenting melee pursuit. And it is done. Book with, oh my gosh, Book having like almost no HP. Let's run it back. Book prevailing, eliminating Brave. Congratulations to Book. And good fight to Brave. As Book, the dwarf, being the first to have some confidence going into the next round of this tournament. Excellent, excellent work. Kilnar with the message, grats Book. Throwing down 100 bits. Thank you very much for that. Next match, Arcus versus Baladon. I do believe both of these paladins here representing Kingdom. That is a true statement. And I'll always make the commentary. You never really want to fight against a guildie. You never really want to do it. It's not fun. Baladon actually is still with an AFK tag on. But in the ring. Whoops. Baladon's corpse, eh? Well, hopefully that's not foreshadowing. But we need to actually target Baladon. One moment, production crew. All right. The studio getting a little warm. Had to step away for a second to correct that. Make sure I'm not muted. Am I muted? Am I good? Am I good? I'm good. Okay, good. Great. Fantastic. Question being asked by chat here. Is the production crew going to get fired again? Probably yes. G equals lock. Leveling up to level 3. Thank you very much for that, for your 3 levels of support. And the match here, match 2 has begun. But thank you again for the generosity. Bellringer Tolls, thank you for the follow. Puck, thank you for the follow. And I'm not completing your name because I'm not sure how to say it, but thank you. Puckles, thank you for the follow. All right, the 2 Kingdom Paladins here. Now facing each other in combat. Arcus, arguably, I know I'm probably going to be backtracking on a previous statement that I made that that high elf paladins were the best fashion quest. There's something about half elf paladins that have a little fashion quest to them. Wow, these paladins really are good at using up the entire ring, better than most classes I'm seeing here. As dispels are going out though, and arrows being plunked at each other. Seeing a little bit more life in the spell casting with these two. Which I think is, whoa, those little frame skips make me nervous. This usually means I'm about to crash. And what a shame that would be to crash in the middle of an event. Haven't had that happen before. Production crew would absolutely be fired. Hatch Karma, thank you for the host. Again, thank you. Jittery Cricket, thank you for the host. Nice to see you out there. All right. I know I've been talking about cleaning up the UI here, so I'm going to work on that as the match does continue on. Both paladins equal in damage done to each other so far. Keep a close eye on that. All right, I think we are good here. There we go. Got a little bit of space freed up here. A lot of this stuff we don't need for what we're doing here today. All right, let's continue to observe the second match here. Baladon Lifebringer versus Arcus Truefire. Ain't nothing like a quality paladin roleplay-ish name, let me tell you that. Ain't nothing like it. Moofree asking the question, is Larry buzzing like a wisp? Yes. Is it getting annoying yet? I may or may not be a wisp. Really, again, not only is there a ton of movement, but just the awareness of taking advantage of the space here. We have something interesting going on here. Is Brave. Oh, finding a new spot there. Okay. Maybe not so interesting. Almost thinking that he's about to sneak in the ring and pop someone in the back. It's not the case. Question being asked if Funk Ruckus is in this tournament. You know, I think so. Yeah, Funk Ruckus is in fact in this tournament. And Odin, how you doing out there? Commentary from the chat asking, or saying rather, Larry probably need to make a crowd snoozing command. Oh dear. I am pumped up. There we go. Both paladins casting buffs at the same time. Let's back up a little bit so we can not have to, so we don't have to move as nearly as much here. We'll get closer as things start to get closer to the end. But right now, let's just stay idle. And I'm going to sip on some water here. I appreciate everyone being out here. We've if you tuned in here in the last about 20-25 minutes, if you tuned in for the first time, not only welcome, but you missed the first round of Shadow Knights, that part of the tournament. But do not fret, the quarterfinals for the Shadow Knights is forthcoming, but not until we're done with the, actually, let's take a look at the bracket for Paladins, because since they're only 6, I'm wondering. I think I have a trusty little command here to see brackets. Sure do. Let's open this bad boy up and see how that's looking here. So yeah, we'll jump right into the, okay, so this is basically the quarterfinals here for the Paladins, and so we'll go into the semis. The semis will have Funk Ruckus going against, Funk Ruckus, who had a bye, will be going against Book, and Brewery Light Stout, who also had a bye, will be going up against the winner of this match here. So I think what will happen after this match is that we'll go back to the Shadow Knights, who will also be in the, oh, excuse me. So yeah, we'll be in the semis for both, for the Shadow Knights as well. I think I misspoke earlier by saying that we'd be in the quarterfinals. That is not the case. And so the semis for the Shadow Knight competition will be Maytai versus Dweeblex and Vanelsier versus Frey. So plenty of action to come. And if you, of course, you can use the link that, or the command at any point during the tournament. The brackets are being updated in real time. So feel free to check it out. Powerhouse out there. What's going on? Yeah. This is what you would expect from a finals match for sure. Just very careful strategy, very deliberate moves. Both Paladins here going at it. No heals done yet, of course. It's the proc happening though. But no heals going out quite yet. Sabazul running into the rig a little bit. Sabazul doing a little lap, it would seem. Let's see here. Right now you have, as the match is going on here, we have the three Shadow Knights here. Look, all sitting next to each other, being friendly. How about that? Looks like Jum Jum Juice is being sold by one of the audience members. Make sure to hit up Svensson should you need some Jum Jum Juice. Quite delicious, we'll say. Something very interesting about this site here. It's an ogre just packed into that throne. Svensson is, in fact, the mayor of Rivervale. That is correct. Proc's happening. Love to see him. Crowd gasping. Oh! The crowd is surprised. Okay. Arcus sneaking in a buff. And successful as Baladon continuing to try to overwhelm with arrows. One minute until hit boxes are shrank. Hopefully not shrank. 1 minute until hitboxes are enlarged. Being offered some sweet, sweet Jum Jum juice. Is Jum Jum juice considered an alcoholic beverage? I think I may have forgotten that. Let me get into a better vantage point here on my main camera here. As we are getting close to larger hitboxes. And there we go. It has happened. We're seeing some clear consistency with the strategy for the Paladin matchups here. And it's a hybrid of both close combat and ranged combat. If I may have just completely overlooked it while I was running around, not fully paying attention there for a second, but I'm assuming that we've seen some heals go out. That Arcus healed himself at some point. Has to be. I just overlooked it. There's no way, right? He healed himself, right? At least 2 heals? Okay, I just completely blacked that. My apologies. All right, more buffs happening. Oh, Baladon trying to close. Oh, it looked like Baladon was making a move for it, but nope. It's a little graphic glitch there. Meanwhile, in the audience, looks like arrows are being peddled by a Master Fletcher, seeing an opportunity to make some money, perhaps. A friendly mage stepping up and offering to summon arrows in between matches. A lot of grunting happening here as hits are landing. But Arcus, virtually full health. Baladon being conservative with the heals, but sitting at around 65% HP. Baladon with a buff. Arcus going in for a swing. Arcus continuing to swing. Baladon with a proc. The circle here, well, or excuse me, the ring. As I say that, they start to move all around again. I was going to say the ring starting to close in a little bit, figuratively, as it seemed like both combatants were starting to move a little less and stay a little closer to each other. Buffs going out there. Is it possible to get some field intel on what buffs are being casted mid combat? Any field intel? Feel free to send me a tell, or you can say it in chat. Valor, Rune, Valor, Daring. Rune is the colorful one. Yelp, small heal. Clicky arms, or I don't think clickies are allowed. Membler. Yeah, so Yelp is the blue one for sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess yeah, this one right here, that's the one. So as I see it healing a little bit of damage, or yeah, a little bit of health, looks like Valor might be the one. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize 60 paladin, level 60 paladins got resolution. I had no idea. Very nice. Well, it looks like Baladon has, well, no, excuse me, Arcus has a slight, no, they're about the same. They have virtually the same amount of HP here. $110 mana for a 230 point heal. Sounds like it might be resolution being casted. Well, in any event, thank you for that intel. Appreciate it. Both paladins doing a fantastic job this match, just living, surviving. That has been proven. These paladins are good at surviving. Hey, what's called secrets? Might be Valor. How long is the cast? We'll see if we can time one next time. To 1,000. Yeah, about 2 seconds. 2.5 seconds. Just kind of eyeballing it. Six-minute cooldown divine favor, so that also could be a thing. All right, a few little proc going out there. Yeah, both of these paladins have been sitting around the same HP now for, gosh, I don't know, about 2 or 3 minutes now. Something's going to have to give eventually, though, right? Something's gonna have to give here. It does look like so I'm thinking that throwing boulders are not allowed. This is just straight up. Actually, I don't know if throwing boulders can be used by paladins. Looks like it's just a good old bow and arrow action that's happening here. I mean, even their best arrows, I don't think would do a terrible amount of damage, right? What kind of, we have any intel on the damage being done by arrows? I mean, any damage is any damage, don't get me wrong. And I'm assuming that since the strategy here is to take advantage of ranged, it must be doing enough damage to make it worth it. Not a lot of, yeah, not a lot of weapon swapping meta at all. Actually, I don't think I've seen a paladin change their weapon at all. And so Secret's bringing up the point, perhaps a strategy suggestion of swapping out to a sword and board or something in order to bash and then swapping back to do some damage. I'm not sure if bash lasts long enough to take full advantage of it, but you know, it certainly seems like it'd be worth exploring. We'll keep an eye on this. Working with the production crew to do a few modifications behind the scenes here. Bear with me. All right, taking a look at the health point, the health bar situation. Again, both paladins neck and neck, and just slowly bringing each other down. It's gonna straight up be down to like a hit or two difference. That's definitely what it's looking like here. That's okay. All right. Oh my, oh my. Hold on. Looky here. Baladon backing up, playing the range game for a bit. I mean, well, that's nothing new, but looking to play it a little bit more aggressively. doing the same. Now it's down to just melee. And it's not looking good for the Ixar. Goodness. Wow. Talk about just a DPS machine. Dweeblex asserting troll dominance in the semifinals here and securing, potentially securing, hold on, it's not over yet, potentially securing a spot in the finals. And just like that, a done deal. Congratulations to Dweeblex for eliminating Maytai. Wow, what a performance. Great fight. Great work, great fight. So we'll be seeing Dweeblex in the finals, as now the crowd goes silent here as we see Vanelsier and Frey. Vanelsier representing Gathered Might, Frey representing Force of Will, are on the stage here, about to get debuffed. Ogre versus human. What is going to happen here? I had a chance to have a few words with Frey before the match started. Asked him the question, how you feeling? And paraphrasing greatly, he responded with, I am a human. Then I said, cool. Good luck. I believe in humans. So let's see what happens here. 30 seconds remaining of prep time. Vanelsier deciding to go with some self buffs before getting the pet out, which makes sense because then you can take advantage of the sit down time to get a few ticks of mana. Frey choosing to go with a pet first and almost in opposite order, self buffs after that. Let's see what happens here. Oh, sweet. I can't even get the name things right. Goodness. Fight! Frey going in. Going into the fray. Getting behind the ogre and just laying down a few rounds of combat as Vanelsier trying to get control over Frey's pet in the form of a fear. Vanelsier moving around a bit, doing a little dance in here. Frey pursuing and being very persistent with that pursuit, not letting Vanelsier get anywhere. A little bit of jousting happening right now. Frey looks hungry. Little life tap happening there. Not really helping Vanelsier's cause. Getting a fear off on the pet there, and then Frey's pet now back in the mix. Excuse me. Did I see? Maybe I'm seeing things that look like it was. Okay, never mind. Both pets are feared. We'll just worry about what's going on now. Almost looked like Vanelsier feared its own pet, her own pet, but that was probably seeing things here. All right, Frey, uncontested life tap there. Just wow. Vanelsier running around a lot more than Frey. Frey looking like they just want to sit there toe to toe, just like this. Did they get the bash off? Frey with the bash. Oh no, never mind. It looked almost like Frey was able to interrupt that life tap, but was unsuccessful. Frey now taking a bit of damage. Vanelsier, oh, arm touches are out. And Frey with a little bit of an HP advantage right now, but oh man. It is going to be a tall order going against this ogre. Will the human prevail? As now both pets are not being managed at all. They're just going at it. Attacking their opponents. Vanelsier. Backing up a little bit. 5% HP for Vanelsier. Frey get behind. Swinging that sword. Oh, it is so close. It is so close. Oh. Frey starting to move a little slow. Vanelsier keeping distance. Letting the pet seal. The pet's gonna be the deciding factor for this match. It's Frey trying to run. Frey going in, swinging the sword. Oh, Frey knocked out. Vanelsier winning the match and advancing to the finals. Wow, wow, wow. Another nail biter. What a fight. Goodness gracious. Wow. Great fight to both SKs there. You love to see matches like that where it is just down to the last single digit HP. Man, my heart's beating a little bit. Oh man, oh man. Where's the playback? Great question. Great question. Looks like I'm gonna have to hire the production crew again because I clearly can't get anything done. Yeah, I should have had an instant replay up for that. That was my fault. That was absolutely instant replay worthy times 100. Well, as it would seem. Well, let's see here. Hold on. Okay, we're going back to the Paladins. Let me see. Let me check the bracket here. Does that mean that we still have a third place match, I believe, which will involve Frey versus Maytai, I do believe. So there's a chance that Frey, or I guess I should say a non-gathered might combatant, could get a title. Otherwise, it could be a clean sweep for gathered might. We'll see. But for now, it's Funk Ruckus versus Book for the Paladin semi-finals. This is Funk Ruckus's first match as he had a bye going into this one, but I feel like he's been watching and taking notes of his fellow Paladins and their matchups. So we'll see how this first match goes for him. Prep period has begun. Funk Ruckus Avenger representing SEAL Team. Book the Dwarf representing Kingdom. Match begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Fight! The dwarf showcasing some of his dwarven resilience in his first match, which got him here. Let's see if that stays true in his matchup against this half-elf. So far, Funk Ruckus delivering a little bit more damage at the beginning of this matchup for what that is worth. Obviously, at any point, a greater heal can change that commentary. Funk's getting those hits in. Good observation. Very true. But looks like Book responding, getting a few hits in himself. Okay. Steady pace here for these paladins. Boot going for a dispel. Landing it. Funk Ruckus looking like he is taking the fight to the dwarf, as it almost seems like he's running forward, running toward the dwarf more often than running away. Getting a nice swing there, looks like. Exchanging blows there. Nice little exchange from both participants here. I like it. Very nice. I'm all up in Kazakh Thule. Let's get to the other side here. We're not hearing him grunt and moan. All right, well, Book managing to produce some pretty good damage against Funk Ruckus, but both of them are doing a pretty good job, like we've noticed here the entire match, at doing damage to each other a lot faster than the other matches by a long shot. We'll probably be hitting the heal phase here in probably about a minute. Ooh, nice hit from Funk Ruckus, hitting Book for a noticeable amount of damage there. Nice little chunk. Commentary around the choice of words here. Grunt and moan. Interuk cheering. Interuk satisfied, the god of hate himself, full of love right now. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, pay close attention to Book here and watch out for Funk Ruckus going in for a stun, as Book now getting into healing territory. Procs on procs on procs happening right now. Funk Ruckus getting some good swings. Oh, love it. Book backing up, trying to keep a little bit of distance here, but starting to get. Oh man, he stopped for a second and Funk Ruckus is there, interrupting that dispel. Aggression. This high off. Oh, we saw our first barrel roll. Can we see that again? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we just saw our first barrel roll, or at least I saw it. Take a look. It was as beautiful and glamorous and elegant as you would expect. There it is, right about. Oh, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Did I just miss it in the instant replay? It was there. Is it? There it is. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's what we all came here to see. Oh, here we go. Book going in for a heal. Funk Ruckus. Interrupting the heal. Oh, this is high drama right here. Book maybe thinking that he landed it for a second, not immediately trying to cast another one. But landing a proc on Funk Ruckus. Aww. Crowd, not sure. Oh, here we go again. Funk Ruckus trying to set it behind, switching weapons in the process, but not enough to interrupt that time. Very nice micro level strategy happening here at this right here. I love it. I love it. Funk Ruckus now going for a heal and interrupted. Running around a little bit now. Funk Ruckus now in danger. Really needs to get this heal off and landing it. Ooh, boy, that was a close one. That was a close one. Funk Ruckus not taking any chances here, going for another heal, landing it. Book, meanwhile, has only healed once, but feels like the dwarf has, it seems like the dwarf has some confidence and isn't sweating the difference here in HP. But is probably going to have to start thinking about it. Or, well, I'm sure he's thinking about it. Probably going to have to start doing it. There it is. Boot going in for the heal. Funk Ruckus lining up, trying to interrupt, and successful. No, excuse me. I misspoke. I did not see the casting animation, but the HP bar does indicate that it was a landed heal by Book, who went up for a dispel and was successful in casting it. Really liking the pace of this match. And I'm sure there's still lots more match to be had here. It's not over. Not even close to over. Funk Ruckus going in for a heal. Book closing in. Interrupting. Good job to Book. Book going for a dispel and successful, at least from a casting perspective. Not sure what it may have removed. Proc. Dude, both procking it. Very nice. Wow, 2 procs from Book there. Funk Ruckus now going for a heal. Book closing in, throwing the bash. Not interrupted. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Book has been sitting on the lower end of the HP spectrum now for most of this fight. And there we go, just as I say that. Landing up a heal, Funk Ruckus unsuccessful with interrupting. Probably getting into low mana territory. Whoa, lost Funk Ruckus there for a second. Oh, got dragon heads. Funk Ruckus going for a heal as he had a little bit of space to take advantage of, and I believe was successful, as well as Book's dispel also being successful. Book taking a bit of damage just here the last 5 minutes or so of this fight. Not doing nearly as much healing though, so there's obviously correlation. Commentary, a question actually out there in the crowd asking what weapon Funk Ruckus is using. That is a great question, as I haven't made any commentary around. Oh, successful heal by Book there. Any commentary around the fact that he is not using an epic, Paladin epic. Sounds like from the crowd, from no other than Funk Fan Club, suggesting that Funk Ruckus is using a Sword of Ryle. Also confirmed by multiple sources here in chat. Well, as it would seem, with Book kind of slowing up here on the heels, the dwarf may be in an interesting situation here real soon, as Funk Ruckus not letting up. 1 minute until grow. Not a good position to be in if you're Book. Does he have any more mana? Any more heals? Any more Paladin tricks? It looks like he does. Will he be able to get the cast off? It looks like he will. Wow. Funk Ruckus, I'm assuming, has more in the tank from a mana standpoint. And just as I say that, Funk Ruckus with the heal. Will it land? It will. Funk Ruckus back in the 50% area. Book still struggling as he's just taking a lot of damage from Funk Ruckus. Both both participants going to be growing in size here any second now. Not going to be good for the dwarf. But Book not one to let up or give up. Medris spamming the event. With the take your positions. Hold on. Book down to about 3% HP. Pedaling back a little bit. Funk Ruckus now unleashing a flurry of sort of rile blows and knocking out Book. Funk Ruckus wins this match and advances to the Paladin Finals. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Great fight from both Paladins. Man. The Funk fan club out there. The Funk has landed. Sir Funk is what we're seeing out there. Great job. Real good fight there. Next up. Let's see what we have. Oh, I guess there's only one other fight here in the semifinals. And that's going to be Arcus versus Brewery. So very similar to Funk Ruckus. Brewery Light Stout, to be exact, is this is going to be their first match. And while there's no guild tie between Brewery and Book, but they are both dwarves. I mean, you have to think that Brewery is probably wanting to see revenge for his fallen dwarf comrade. Brewery representing Fires of Heaven. Arcus representing Kingdom. Ten seconds before prep time begins. 5 seconds now. It's happening soon. Excuse me, 15 seconds now of prep time remain. All right, let's get into it. And the fight has begun. Arcus started the match sitting down, focused, but ready to start swinging his sword, as Brewery seems to be swinging nothing at this exact moment. Maybe in the process of switching out weapons. Brewery, there we go. There it is. There it is. All right. So Brewery deciding to go with sword and board, which hasn't been a very common weapon combination during this Paladin tournament at all, actually. He may be the first one that I've seen. That we've seen. Everyone else is either rocking a Sword of Ryle or Paladin Epic. So we'll see how this plays out as I say that. Brewery switching to a staff, then also getting procced on. Not sure what that staff is. We can speculate. It's either, what, Staff of Battle, Imbued Fighter Staff, or Rune Fighter Staff, perhaps. What else? What other Paladin two-handed weapons, two-handed staff, stave? What could it be? Any intel on that? Well, as things are playing out early in this match, Brewery taking the brunt of the damage against Arcus. Rod of Morning. Oh, good. Yeah, that's a good point. It could be Rod of Morning. I forgot about that one. Okay, let's keep at it here as Brewery continue to take quite a bit of damage against Arcus. These Paladin matches, at least these last two, have been much faster paced. Damage flowing a little bit faster. I mean, we still had to almost, well, we got to the enlarged hitbox phase of the last match, but it didn't last much longer after that. Previous matches in the quarterfinals still went about another 5 minutes after that phase. So these matches seemingly happening, very clearly happening a lot faster, much more aggressive pace. Very good stuff. Brewery doing some interesting little strafing sidestep there, kind of. It's very interesting movement. Are you seeing that? It's like the side strafe or something he was doing. There, we got a barrel roll. Beautiful display there. It's one thing you can count on from these dwarves. No one can barrel roll quite like them. But our barrel roll isn't going to do damage. And Brewery is going to have to start looking for answers, as Arcus, comparatively speaking, is untouched. Brewery having to go for a heal now, as Arcus going, oh, got the bash off. Did not interrupt, though. That was a close one. Rory's definitely going to have to figure it out. I do love the excessive barrel rolling, though. I do feel like that does earn earn something. Style points. But yeah, Brewery really taking a bit of damage there. It's let's see. Let's keep watching here. Brewery going to be put on the defensive once again and having to heal. Arc is chomping at the bit at the opportunity to stun and interrupt that heal. Not nearly as much ranged combat. And I guess that kind of goes with my previous commentary around just these matches being faster paced. There we go. Brewery sneaking away, trying to get a heal. Arcus successful with interrupting one. Brewery going for another one. And landing it. Brewery now switching weapons. Fleeing from the half-elf. Oh, I guess he had switched weapons. I just didn't realize it. He's going back to the staff, though. He's gone back to the staff. Oh, disarm? Is it a disarm? Is that what I'm... Is that what I'm... Oh! Really? Has this weapon swapping that I perceived was happening? Is that a complete lie? I mean, it happened at the beginning of the match. But is some disarming happening right now? Arcus hasn't had to heal once. Not even close to being concerned about a heal for that matter. Brewery's had to load up 2 heals now, and here goes number 3. As he just got procced on, Arcus moving the positioning around a little bit. Looks like he interrupted the first one. He may have interrupted the second one. Looking for a complete cast animation here. And not successful. Arcus now locking down Brewery with a series of hits and bashes, but that one did land. Oh my goodness. Wow. I don't think Brewery has an answer right now. Arcus is just smothering this dwarf. All up in his face, procking. Golly. Aww. Brewery now going for heal number 4. Ooh, interrupted. Oh! Interrupted. Landed. I think. Yes. Wow, 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 wow. Well, there may, if Brewery doesn't have an answer, I'm sure Arcus here is willing to give him the answer that he feels is right. And that's going to be to continue to do what he's doing. Brewery not going to have much mana to deal with as he's having to rely very heavily on healing. Which, here we are, heal number 5. This is a critical opportunity for an interrupt here. It's going to put Brewery real low on HP. Oh, he landed it. But he's having to, oh no. He was trying to set up another one, but had to run and interrupt that one himself, as every time he casts, he's taking damage, obviously. Arcus not giving him any room to breathe. We're seeing some stuns and some other sorts of proc going on. Brewery not really having, like I've said, not having answers here. Can't heal because he'll get hit. He doesn't have enough HP to handle that now. This is in a bad situation all around. But trying his best. Brewery getting stunned. Arcus going in for the kill. Or for the knockout. Oh, and there it is. Boom! Wow, 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 wow. Does that mean we have a half-elf versus half-elf in the finals? I think it does. As Arcus, representing Kingdom, Arcus Truefire is his name, advancing to the finals. Wow. Great fight to both participants there. I think we're going back to, okay, yes, we're going back to Shadow Knights. This will be the 3rd place match for Shadow Knights. Frey kneeling down in reverence to the god of hate, Inaruk, praying for blessings for this match. This will be for the 3rd place title, which is Reaver. Frey going up against Meitai, who is, there he is. All right. Sabazul making sure both participants are ready to go. Let's see here. Okay, prep time starting in 10 seconds. Let's see what we have here. Third place match is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Frey Mist representing Force of Will. Meitai Strawbane representing Gathered Might. The only thing stopping Gathered Might from sweeping the Shadow Knight competition is this match right here. I play no sides, just calling out some observations here. Match starting now. Fight. Both going for the pet Fear. Successful on both ends. Frey jumping in with his epic. Meitai defending himself. Frey casting, probably too early to do a life tap, so that may have been some sort of strength debuff or something, some sort of stat debuff. Ooh, nice damage. Nice damage from Frey there. Let's see if it can be sustained. A good solid life tap can make a bit of a difference there, but right now Frey showing some good damage here as Meitai is now approaching the 75% mark of their health. Some of the dots also could have been a dot. Excuse me. Very well could have been a dot, not necessarily a stat debuff. Thank you for that clarification. Frey quick to get this pet re-feared. Meitai kind of in a weird spot mid-cast is having to take a little bit of extra tip damage from Frey's pet. And is kind of fumbling around here, not sure. Maybe just not worried about the pet. You could argue, it could be a pretty strong argument that the pet damage of the Frey versus Vanelsier fight it really was the differentiator there. Because it was down to just literal hit points, little single hit points of health there. That last statement didn't really make much sense, but you get what I'm saying. Let's get up close and personal as Frey's pet continuing just to do its thing. But hold on, Frey now taking some damage as Meitai is focusing on just pure damage output. Will Frey pause to fear his pet? And it looks like yes. The answer is yes to that. Frey very, very quick with keeping that pet locked down with fear. Pretty impressive. But Frey now at a slight, well, oh, there it is. Okay, the hit point disadvantage now quite clear as Harm Touch is out there, putting Frey on the defensive. Frey, I think, maybe not. Did Frey already use their HT? I guess that's a yes. How did I miss it? Oh my. Well, if that's the case, then this might be a done deal. As Frey, oh man, these Shadow Knight matches are just too close. Frey not letting the pet do its thing. Frey actually staying in there with Meitai. Oh! Is this gonna be? Oh, the pet's back in it. Oh my goodness. Oh, Frey knocked out, incapacitated, and done. Frey has been eliminated from the third place match. Meitai securing the Reaver title. Representing Gathered Might, congratulations to Maytai. Excellent fight once again. Oh my goodness. I just can't take it. My mind, my body, and my soul cannot take these close Shadow Knight matches. Golly. So Gathered Might making their presence known here in the Best of the Best tournament as third place, second place, and first place all will ultimately go to their guild. Well, to their combatants. And I do believe that is the first time in the Best of the Best tournament that we've seen that, so definitely worth a call out. Now that should bring us to the third place match for Paladins. Just sitting tight here. I'm doing a few things behind the scenes. Let me take a moment here just in case. Yeah, looks like I did miss a few. So Gibbery Jive, Wiseman, Control Frank 1983. Thank you all for the follows and Skull Meats. If I don't know if I called this out, it was 26 minutes ago, so I may have and just blacked it out. But thank you for your 19 levels of support. Very much appreciated, man. Cheers. Ooh, looks like we have a streaker out there. The ogre, who has been pretty docile there, sitting on the throne, decided to run out in the ring, in the middle of the ring, and take off his shirt. Very interesting. Book versus Brewery. The dwarves facing off against each other for this third place match. This is for the title. What is the title? This is for the title Cavalier. How are we looking for time? Okay, looking all right for time. Okay, good. I do have an IRL obligation that I cannot get out of today, but we have until about an hour, so we are looking good. We are looking good. All right, spell timers have been reset. And we are good here. Yes. No. Not good. Still not good. One moment. Okay. Let's see here. D Loves, who knew the night best of the best would be much shorter than the monk? Yeah, no, for sure. Monk matches definitely did go the duration there. Also, on top of that, there are about 4 times as many people who signed up for the monk tournament. So those two things combined did make the monk tournament last a bit longer, a lot longer actually. Again, I was talking about it at the beginning of the event. It was about a 6-hour ordeal, rounding up. Oh, hold on. Okay, so it looks like there's some some participant difficulty here. Well, I say that not lightly. I'm not. It looks like you can't reset. So there's a combination between technical issue and participant issue where their Divine Aura spell cannot be reset. So we're actually going to go to the SK finals instead, which is going to be between Dweeblex, the Troll, versus Vanelsier, Lepra Messiah, the Ogre. So let's go ahead and get ourselves into finals mode. Oh man. Can my heart take it? I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is that we are in for something truly exciting. The classic rivalry. Ain't that the truth? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. There we go. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we will be going back to the third place Paladin match after this, what matters now is that we are officially in the finals for the best of the best. Paladins, Shadow Knights. Appreciate y'all being here. Let's go. Are you pumped up? Are you ready? Dweeblex versus Vanelsier. Yes. Let's get hyped up. Five seconds remain before the fight commences. And fight. Off they go. Both pets immediately feared. No, excuse me. That is an inaccurate statement here. Zassin not feared, but now feared. Datho. Hey, great work, Datho. I was gonna talk to you after the tournament, but great work, dude. And power leveling the community out here. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very generous. All right, so both of these combatants doing a good job at keeping their health within normal boundaries of each other, of each other's. Vanelsier able to get a dispel on his pet. Nice micromanaging there. Vanelsier being mindful enough to dispel his pet, forcing the hand of Dweeblex to either fear it or just deal with it. But now both pets are on both Shadow Knights. Some more micromanaging there. Both going for a fear. Not okay. There you go. And done deal. Just as a reminder, these finals are best of 3. So it's not over whoever wins this one, but whoever wins this one certainly a lot closer to claiming the Gravelord title. Second place, I do believe, is Revenant, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Oh my. Oh my. Vanelsier. Did Vanelsier already harm touch? I don't believe. I did. Perhaps. Dweeblex sitting real nice for HP right now as Vanelsier able to get a life tap off. But Dweeblex still nice 15% at least. More HP and going for another dot, it looks like, as Vanelsier is backing up, going for another life tap, which landed. Oh my gosh. I looked away for just a second to cough and mute my mic. What in the world? Vanelsier down. Dweeblex finishing off the deal there. Oh man, I straight up I was having a little coughing spell. I'm just kind of like managing that, and then just like that, Vanelsier, who didn't really have a lot of HP, but boy, that last little 10% there went quick as Dweeblex claims victory number 1 in round number 1. Best of 3. One more will win it for Dweeblex. Wow, wow, wow. Booty Bottom's now taking advantage to do a little partial streaking around the ring. Maybe trying to rally up the audience, get them pumped up and excited. Not much else other than a streaking ogre that really gets the crowd going. Okay. A little bit of firework action now by Booty Bottoms. Very nice. Oh, I see. Now he's being accompanied by a human. Londo, I believe. Now he's generating a little bit of a movement here as multiple folks running around the ring, building up some super hype, excitement here. Look at him go. Love it. Absolutely appropriate. All right, so what we're waiting for now is just a little bit of medding and spells getting remammed, all that other good stuff. But prep time is starting here in 10 seconds, which will kick us into the 30-second prep phase. Let's see what, if anything, changes with the strategy for Vanelsier. Who is at a little bit of a disadvantage. I remember when I was in the finals on my mage, and I had lost the first one pretty decided. It was just I just got steamrolled, and I kind of struggled to think outside of the box. I talked about changing my strategy. My strategy didn't change at all, and guess what happened? I got steamrolled again. Let's see what changes here, though. Fear's going off right at the beginning of the match. Well, I misspeaking. There's a different spell. That's something else that's going on that Dweeblex is casting that has a fear animation or something. Or I'm just tripping. But in any event, both pets have been feared. Vanelsier going for a dispel. Dweeblex going for what looked to be a dot. Zabanner breaking fear pretty quickly, and is now beating up Dweeblex. Question being asked about bets. I didn't realize we had an open prediction. How old is that prediction? Yeah, let me take a look at that. But let's see here. Let me get a better vantage point here. I'm not really in a good spot. I can't climb. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll check that prediction out here momentarily. Brave versus Book. Oh dear, that was like from like an hour ago. Oh my gosh. Okay. Just for the record. Okay, no, screw that. Let's not go for anything for the record. Let's pay attention to this fight. which is way more important here. Dweeblex got harm touch there, is now sitting pretty low on health, but I don't believe he's unleashed his harm touch against Vanelsier. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. We'll see if that's going to equalize the HP situation. Not looking too good, actually. Wait, are harm touches not refreshed? Is that a thing? Because if that's a thing, then oh my goodness, this is anyone's to take, as Dweeblex would be at a severe disadvantage for this particular match without a harm touch, and Vanelsier with a harm touch. They were refreshed? Okay. Okay, they already went out? All right, thank you for the intel, thank you, because clearly I'm not paying attention. Wow. What a totally change of, well, hold on. Oh, okay. Well, completely different outcome. Vanelsier, who was roughed up for that first round, successfully roughs up Dweeblex in round 2. Next round wins it all for the Shadow Knights. Holy moly. I love it. Ooh, Ratchet, good call. Tap the pet, it's free hit points. Yeah, you're almost guaranteed like a full non-resisted hit life tap, right? That seems pretty sound. It's very possible that that has been happening. I just haven't been paying attention. Life tap almost impossible to resist regardless, so I see. Got it. So if there's, okay, well that, then there, I guess there's no point, obviously, to cast it on the pet. If it's not, you don't have to worry about it being resisted. One moment, please. All right, we are back in business here as we are awaiting to start the final match of the Shadow Knights finals. Keep in mind that there are only 2 other best of the best events left. We have Bards, Rangers, Enchanters, and Clerics. So be mindful of that. And even after the best of the best series is done, doesn't mean that there aren't going to be other server events. The Project 1999 Green Server event team is already cooking up some good stuff for the future. But just wanted to make sure to call out that we are down to essentially 2 more best of the best events. Prep period has commenced. Going back to the Enchanters being a class that hasn't had theirs, I think my hopes and dreams of getting Sazi, my Enchanter, to 60 becoming very, very unlikely, as he is still sitting at 55. But all right, here we go. The final match. This one is for all of it. Who will be the Grave Lord of Green Server? Will it be Vanelsier the Ogre, or Dweeblex, his Guildie, the Troll? This is for racial bragging rights. Classic matchup here. I'm going to pay very close attention to when these harm touches are going out, because I missed them completely, or missed one of them yesterday. Missed one of them last minute. There's one right there. Vanelsier coming out strong. Getting that harm touch on Dweeblex. Dweeblex also using his, but man, this is not looking good for Dweeblex. Holy moly. I was talking about switching up strategies, doing things differently, and it clearly looks like Vanelsier has done just that. Adjusted the strategy and now is just a completely different fighter. Dominating last match and looking like this match as Vanelsier finalizing the final match in these Shadow Knight finals is our new and only Gravelord. Oh my goodness. Congratulations. Run it back. What amazing, terrifying performance by the Shadow Knight, now Gravelord, Vanelsier, eliminating his guildie, or her guildie. Dweeblex, fantastic work, great job to both participants here in the finals. Holy moly. Man. Such power indeed. Ogres prevail. Now we're going to jump back to the Paladins and knock out their third place match, which is between Brewery Light Stout, representing Fires of Heaven, versus Book, representing Kingdom. Book likes to sit in that corner there, which is not close enough to my second target. One moment, be right back. All right, prep time starting here. Nameplates not accurate at all. This is for the Cavalier title. So a lot on the line here. And match has begun. Let's see how... Oh, what is this? Was that a root? I just heard someone die. Not sure what happened there. Anyway, I saw like a root animation or something. First one I've seen in a Paladin matchup. Obviously, it was resisted if that's what it was. As this match goes on, thank you for the patience. I know I haven't responded to everything in chat, but I do see the question from Jalient. Welcome to the stream. This is, in fact, a Project 1999 that emulates the classic EverQuest experience from the year 1999 to 2001. Only through the expansion Velius, the second expansion of EverQuest. And right now we have, in true classic form, one of the best tournaments that we've been doing here now. We've been doing it for like the last few months, but this is Paladins and Shadow Knights. We only have two more best of the best events after this. A lot of fun happening here. True classic fun. As Book producing some pretty nice damage against Brewery. The two dwarves going at it. Fires of Heaven, your old guild. Yeah, so they definitely, clearly, as you can see, have presence here on Project 1999. So, you may be able to reunite with some of your old buddies. King Londo, thank you for the follow. Whoops, my bad. So after this third place match, we will be going on to the finals. And that's going to see Funk Ruckus versus Arcus. The half-elf showdown. But that will not be, unless something changes, that will not necessarily be the final match. There may be a trick, or maybe not a trick, but there may be something else that happens here afterwards, after the award ceremony or something. Well, stay tuned. But right now we're focused in on what's happening right in front of us. And that is these two doors competing for third place. And right now, Brewery, who is hasn't healed, I don't believe, and probably is going to start thinking about healing, is it's looking a little roughed up here against Book. Brewery now going for that heal, which I'm sure Book was just waiting for. Brewery successful in landing that heal, which I'm sure Book is not happy about, as he was pretty close to probably ending that match. But it ain't over until it's over. Wow. Realize I can't even really sip on water. This mic picks up everything. My apologies. We'll save the ASMR drinking stream for another day. Book sitting real comfortable so far this match. Not really having to worry about healing. All he has to worry about is swinging that sword. As Brewery now back into dangerous territory. Maybe not going to heal. Oh, getting a lot of distance there. Barrel rolling into a stun. Could it be? No. Man, wow. Can we run that back? That was almost incredible. Watch the barrel roll into a stun, or at least a stun attempt here. As Book, look at this. Who's that? That's exactly what he sounded like. I'm right here. I heard him. Sounded just like that. But the dwarf left a little disappointed as the stun did not interrupt the heal. Would seem that Brewery's strategy for healing is to run away and then heal. So there may be another opportunity for some magic to happen. And here we go. Book not barrel rolling, but going in for a stun and successful. Book now. Will he be able to interrupt the second heal? Successful. For the hat trick. Successful. Fourth time's a charm. And again. He's unstoppable. He's an interrupting beast. Oh my God! 4 interrupts in a row. Book with some strong performance, securing the Cavalier title. Oh dear, oh dear. Very, very nice performance there. Good job to both Paladins. Congratulations to Book securing the Cavalier title. Well deserved. Enigma Factory out there. Damn, woo, boo. Throwing out 100 bits. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Funk Ruckus versus Arcus is coming up next for the Paladins final. Booty, of course, not one to miss an opportunity to streak or at least run across the ring, does just that. This time clothed. Funk Ruckus versus Arcus. Take your positions. Arcus ready to go. Funk Ruckus ready to go. Wow. Not sure what anybody may or may not have expected out there, but if you expected, if you were to tell me, Larry, I think we're going to see 2 half-elves in the Paladins final, I would have said, you're crazy. Not happening. But here we are. One thing to mention, as it was discovered for the 3rd place match, is that the Divine Aura type spell will not be reset between matches, because it cannot be reset between matches. It's not happening. So, sure, Paladins will be a bit mindful of that. Dispels are out. Audience members, certain audience members here, happy at just the carnage happening, cheering to the god of hate himself, Inaruk. This makes Inaruk really, really happy. D-Lo Spun says, Booty was not clothed. I was removing his pants this time to show off his glorious booty. Oh dear. Half elf is the min-max bay for pallies, it's true. Or high elf, yeah. I was thinking it was probably gonna be a high elf. But half elf now showing, making their presence known here. at the top of the competition for PvP here on Green Server. Let's see who will be the Crusader. Oh, nice. All right, here we go. Second place will be the Knight. First place will be Crusader. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Arcus Truefire representing Kingdom. Funk Ruckus, Avenger, representing SEAL Team. Oh boy, oh boy. Prediction is up. Overall winner. Put your money, or your points rather, down. And do it quick like, because you only have about 20 seconds. This is a quick one. Okay. So I think it's probably a safe thing to expect the pace to be a little slower for the Paladins finals. A lot more movement coming from both combatants who had traditionally not done too much moving. Funk Ruckus doing what he loves to do best, though, is just staying in the face of Arcus, not really wasting too much time, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but not really wasting too much time with ranged combat. Just trying to close that gap. Got a little juke there, maybe, perhaps. Not seeing any ranged animations for Funk Ruckus, but that doesn't mean he's not also plunking arrows at Arcus. I mean, it would be a missed opportunity to not take advantage. Rogan popping up in the middle of the ring out of nowhere. Welcome to the show, Rogan. Have some proc action happening here from Arcus, as Funk Ruckus choosing to go with a Sword of Ryle. Over here making sure that my hit point bars are working, as neither paladin has really taken any damage about 2 minutes into the match. All right. Let's continue to keep a close eye here on the match as we just really briefly here check out Rogan here hanging out. Look at him. Look at that sword. Oh, man. Showing everybody up for fashion questing. Goodness gracious. Funk Ruckus actually taking a lot more damage than what I can see. I think where my health bar is kind of in a funky spot. Let me fix that real quickly. One moment. All right, that's a bit better. Okay. So yeah, so Funk Ruckus taking a bit more damage here, clearly, than Arcus. Neither paladins have had to worry about healing. Still probably sitting with the majority of their mana. But as this strategy seems to be working very nicely for Arcus, by evading most of the damage here, but able to do damage. Funk Ruckus now going for a heal as Arcus kind of overextended. Cup, I see you out there. Fire the crew. Yes, the production crew has been fired. Now I'm having to run all around the studio here doing everything by myself. What a shame it is, but nice to see you out there, man. I don't think Arcus's hit point bar has changed in the last almost 5 minutes of this match. So something is going to have to change. Funk Ruckus, in his aggressive pursuit in his previous match, was very effective. But right now, not so much. Lots of cables here in the studio, let me tell you. Lots of cables. Starting to see a few pixels being removed from Arcus's health bar. As Funk Ruckus, though, is probably going to need to start thinking about healing for a second time. Oh, sorry. Looked away for a second. Refuge Gaming out there shouting, "For Kingdom!" Some commentary from chat here. The smart Funk doesn't have range and he can't get procs off if he just keeps his distance. Absolutely. Funk Ruckus seeming to have figured something out, though, as he's now starting to do the most damage in about a minute and a half, 2 minute window than he has the entire match so far. Arcus now in the 80% area. Funk Ruckus, though, now in the 50% hit point area. Expecting a heal sooner than later. Funk Ruckus is now going for that heal. Arcus going for a buff. Or self, or heal buff, buff heal, whatever. You know, whatever. It's all the same. Very nice. Look at this. Wow. Both of them just kind of like, it's almost like Funk Ruckus is zoning Arcus into the corner so he can set up a swing. I like it. Funk Ruckus actually getting a few hits there that look to be, seems to be figuring something out. Closing the gap a little bit more consistently here. I'm seeing that sort of Ryle swinging a little bit more, but Arcus's strategy very sound, as Arcus has not had to heal. Here's the thing: is after the third place match that we just witnessed and seeing 4 stuns in a row, we can definitely expect there to be some intense moments once those heals start going on him with low HP. But right now, everything is good for Arcus. There you go. Funk Ruckus now going for a heal. Both going for a heal. Probably pretty smart. Maybe a little demoralizing for Funk Ruckus, though, having to solve for chipping away there at Arcus, who's managed for most of this match to avoid taking too much damage. Even after that heal, Funk Ruckus at 50%-ish HP. Arcus is doing an amazing job. Golly. It may not be the most exciting strategy, but I can tell that he's very calculated with where he is, the way he's moving, what he's doing. Not wasting any moves at all. Doing a really good job at waiting for the opportunity to attack and taking advantage of the space that he's creating for himself. Awesome stuff from Arcus. Hitboxes are going to be enlarged here shortly, and I think that may be at the advantage of Funk Ruckus. We'll see, as Funk Ruckus does his best work all up in your face within melee range. Arcus sneaking in a buff there, and successful. I should just say heal, but you know what I mean. Funk Ruckus doing the same thing now. Ooh, getting bashed and interrupted. Going for a second cast and landing that second one. Oh my. Now Funk Ruckus following up with a heal, set himself up for a melee. Once their hitboxes get increased, embiggened. And here we go. Let's see if anything changes. Arcus changing up the weaponry here, going with sword and board, kind of, sort of. Right now, just using his... Oh, no, he has a dagger, it looks like. Yes, he does. Switched it up. Whoa. Okay. So Arcus looking like just kind of shifting the strategy as planned, I'm sure, for him. No longer needing to range down his opponent, now going toe to toe with them. A little lighthearted jousting, and still managing to do a pretty dang good job at doing more damage. Getting some intel from the field that might be the legendary Bixie Blade, because it does seem like there's a lot of a lot of grunting and moaning here. Just sounds of pain happening here in this first round of the Paladin's final, as Arcus looking to go for that round 1 KO. And in any moment now is successful in doing just that. Arcus Truefire winning round 1 of the Paladin's finals. Oh dear, oh dear, oh me, oh my. Wow. Wow. Enigma Factory saying, woot! Arcus throwing out 100 bits for his fellow guildie. Thank you very much.
Sonic Boom!
Sonic Boom's being thrown out there. All right, so round 2 of the finals. Starting here in just a bit.
Sonic Boom!
I'm gonna step away real quick because the studio's getting warm again. Be right back. All right, Natalia, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your support during not only this event, but all of these events. Very appreciative of that. Hopefully I'm adding a little bit of value to these events, not just yelling and making no sense, which I like to do a lot. Celiant and Goat Mother, thank you both for the follows. Glad that you're here. We are be Ike asking, is this the first fight? No, this is going to be round 2. We are going into round 2. Arcus has 1 point and is match point for him with 1 more victory. It is a done deal. Taking a look here at Funk Ruckus. Sitting down, meditating, contemplating, thinking, figuring it out. What changes, if anything? Arcus. Cool, calm, collected. Probably doesn't change much. Strategy very effective for that first round. The burden lies on Funk Ruckus to figure out a way to combat that ranged game. And then even if you figure that part out, then you got to figure out the close melee range game, because Arcus very capable in both aspects there. But Funk Ruckus isn't one to be written off. I think we're going to see ourselves some high energy in this last match. Again, this is for the title of Crusader. Wow. Hey, Packatus, are trades allowed? Yes. Trades are allowed in between matches. I was a little nervous about doing any sort of trading in between matches because I was nervous. But anyway, I never did it. But yeah, they are not illegal. Okay, here we go. Round 2. Arcus Truefire representing Kingdom. Funk Ruckus Avenger representing SEAL Team. This is the Paladins Finals. Best of the best right here. Arcus doing some nice moves here. A bit of juking action going on here. Really controlling the space. And just, again, being very aware of where he is on the ring and using all of it. Very nice. Funk Ruckus pursuing, though, aggressively. Trying to read Arcus and just get ahead of him just by a step or two in order to get a couple swings in, or at least one swing. Oh! As you're doing a bit of jousting here, you really only have just a second to react and make sure you get that sword of singing and swinging. But if you miss, then, well, you don't do any damage. Right at the beginning here, playing out very similarly as round 1 did, where Arcus is outputting more damage than receiving. Arcus getting procced, or excuse me, Funk Ruckus getting procced on. And his Funk Ruckus going in for an early heal and getting just hit with arrows as he does that. Yeah, that was some scintillating commentary there. And that was kind of the thought just kind of left me. It's kind of curious, actually, about whether or not I know you don't always see the ranged animation for when that's happening, but you can clearly see the arrows that are leaving Arcus. I haven't seen anything come from Funk Ruckus. Does he not have ranged? I'm assuming that he does not, which is why he's running at his opponent and trying to close that gap there to the best of his ability. But yeah. Getting some intel. Funk's archery skill is trash. Oh, that would do it. Getting some intel from the audience. He is not using a bow. So, well, what's the saying? Bringing a knife to a gunfight? Bringing a sword to a bow and arrow fight. Aww. A bit of a disadvantage, obviously, for Funk Ruckus. But let's just continue to see how this all plays out. Ooh, there you go. There you go. All right. Funk Ruckus getting a little bit of damage done there. Oh. Funk Ruckus Oh, excuse me. No, I misspoke. But yeah, no, Funk Ruckus did do a bit of damage there to Arcus. It almost looked like Funk Ruckus was doing a little bit of different. It changed up the footsie game a little bit. What is being hit over here? Meaners hammering off of a toque. I guess Miller's has seen enough. Funkrook is almost looking like he's closing that gap a little bit better. And just as I say that, as in true commentary form, the opposite happens. Arcus did break away there for a little bit. But yeah, this is a bit more damage than what Arcus had taken at this point in round 1. So something's working here. Granted, Arcus hasn't had to heal yet. So still a bit of an uphill battle for Funk Ruckus. Oh, did I miss a Ryle proc? Which one is the Ryle? Well, I guess it might be hard to describe. What does the Sword of Ryle proc even do? Any chance for some intel on that? Adaray, Arcus probably more relaxed after having a notch in his belt. Played a lot more safe. Yeah, it's the first time. Yeah, he did. Ooh, what happened there? The proc on the Sword of Ryle, getting some intel from the field, it's a rune. Makes sense. Or, I mean, okay, perfect. Yeah, now the spell effect to the spell makes sense. 230 damage, okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna back out the camera here just for a second. Something I'd like to do. Oh, not that. Okay, we're back. All right, Arcus with his first heal of round 2. Now starting to, or continuing to, keep that ranged positioning going, as Funk Ruckus did just have another rune proc. Get some intel that Arcus has been theory crafting and practicing for this. Yeah, I was making some comment about that, some commentary around that earlier, and it certainly does seem that way. This is he's being very efficient, very calculated, very effective, most importantly. If you haven't seen over yonder, I haven't really gone over there. But for potential future best of the best, when they are called to be used, the arenas over here have been upgraded by Medris, and they're now very clear squares. Beautiful, great job, Medris. Looking forward to those being used in the future. Oh, Arcus turning his back and actually running away from Funk Ruckus there for a second. Medris making sure to call out the fact that they are perfect squares. Even more impressive. Love and appreciate the attention to detail. Oh, what is this? Battletoad sneaking onto sneaking into the ring for a little bit. Maybe trying to cheer on his guildie there, Funk Ruckus. Well, the first match went the distance to where the hitboxes needed to be embiggened. And it looks like we're going to see a similar outcome here in this match, or in this round, shortly. Both paladins healing themselves. And there we go. 1 minute until hitboxes embiggened. Which will actually happen at a really good time here, as the conclusion of this tournament will line up nicely with the time that I need to get on out. But for now, we are good. We're going to see this one through all the way to completion, as both of these combatants trying and vying for the title of Crusader are about to be embiggened. The melee showdown will intensify. Any second now. Funk Ruckus trying to buffer up here, get some heals landed. Going in. And getting large. Here we go. So last time, Arcus switched up his weapons. And for the time being, it looks like he is not going to do that. He's going to remain equipped with his epic. Proc by Arcus. Ooh, another proc by Arcus. There you go. Arcus now changing over to the Bixie Blade. Anybody have a link? Any intel? Any link on the Bixie Blade by chance? Or the stats? I know it's pretty ridiculous. Ooh. Another proc. 2/6 dagger. This thing is just, it's ridiculous. 2/8 maybe. Madness. Madness, madness. Well, hold on though. Healing starts to get a little bit more difficult when you're right there toe-to-toe melee range. And Arcus now, for the one of the rare times that Arcus has less HP than Funk Ruckus. Let's see what happens here once Arcus decides to heal. Arcus there going for a healing buff and a heal, and successful, and stunned almost immediately after it. Unfortunate timing for Funk Ruckus. Oh, fantastic. Getting some intel out there. 2 damage, 6 delay indeed. Pre-nerfed version of the Bixie Swordblade. working out very nicely for Arcus here in the Paladins finals. Arcus landing a bash there, or slam. Funk Ruckus outputting some damage. Arcus looking like he may or may not have to heal. Oh my goodness, that thing's just ridiculous. Funk Ruckus lining up a heal. Landing it. No, maybe not. Maybe. I wasn't. No, yep, going for it. There we go. Arcus still going for a heal now. And landing it. This match definitely going longer than round one, and I'm sure for good reason here. Funk Ruckus not giving up. But Funk Ruckus now in the corner. Pressed up against the corner. Having to defend to survive. Not looking good. Arcus going in with that Pixie thing. Oh, it did not get out. Funk Ruckus. It's a done deal, ladies and gentlemen. Arcus Truefire is Project 1999 Green Server's Crusader. Wow. Excellent work to Arcus. Congratulations. Great show from both finalists here. Great work to all participants involved in this wonderful, wonderful tournament. Enigma Factory, woot, grats Arcus with 100 bits thrown down. Thank you very much for that. Funk Ruckus was the favored participant for this finals match. I didn't even look at that. 93% of you had your points, your imaginary money on Funk Ruckus. Arcus, the underdog, 7% taking the win. We have one more just for fun fight. This is going to be an exhibition match. This is what you all asked for. This is what you wanted. Really. Stay tuned. More details to come. Okay, we're gonna do a reward ceremony. All right, perfect. I'm gonna line up right here. I need to get a few things sorted out so I can maybe buy myself an extra 5 minutes or so, 5-10 minutes maybe, and then we'll get to see this exhibition match. There is a small percentage chance that I will have to go, but I'm gonna go assess things right now. So enjoy the award ceremony. I shall return here in just a moment. Thank you very much for the 1,300 bits. Congrats, Arcus, he says. The Crusader. Congrats indeed. Look at all these gathered might Shadow Knights. A beautiful sight. Good stuff. Okay, be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, first off, third place, congratulations, Maytai the Reaver. And second, Juiblex the Revenant. Juiblex. Wow, 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 wow. Packatus earning the 25K bits badge. Goodness gracious, you, man. Thank you so much for your generosity. Wow, thank you. First place, Vanelsier, the Grave Lord. Oh my goodness. It's a beautiful thing. Congratulations. That's, oh my gosh. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Arcus the Crusader, hail thee. Shader Dog with the question and suggestion, perhaps Royal Rumble, all participants duke it out. Gathered might, SK only guild from here forward. No doubts. All right, let's see here as we go into the Paladin award ceremony here. Book in third place, Funk Ruckus in second, Arcus in first. You know, y'all know that getting titles on this server, I mean, yeah, and for classic EverQuest is an accomplishment, and just a real heartfelt special shout out to all participants, but especially the ones who got to this point. It is quite the accomplishment. So fantastic work, Book the Cavalier. It is official. Congratulations to Book. Funk Ruckus coming up next. Funk Ruckus the Knight. Love it. Congratulations. And last and most certainly not least, Arcus Truefire shall now be known as Arcus the Crusader. And just like that, it is a done dang deal. Congratulations to all the Paladins here. Okay, well that will bring us to our exhibition match, which I may have to bail out at any given moment here, so we're going to try to cover it. It won't take long. I don't believe. But it'll most certainly be one to stick around for and watch, as I'm sure Medris is typing away with the details of that match. Micah Games asking the question, Vine versus Arcus next? Question mark. Well, you guessed correctly. That's exactly what's happened. And now the match many of you have been asking for. We're going to have the first place Paladin and Shadow Knight winners fight off against each other in an intensive battle of good versus evil. Oh my, oh my. For this match, lay on hands will be usable. Ooh. Moofrey, this is a dream come true for you. I know it. Datho, if you're out there, or any mod for that matter, if you're able, are you able to do a prediction by chance, or anyone? That would be fantastic. I can see if I can get one out real fast. I want to make sure to get a few things in line first before I do that. See if I can do it quickly. All right. Awesome. Prediction out there. Thank you. Okay, we are set. We have HP bars. Check. No, not check. Oh, right. Oh, not right. Check. Nameplates. Check. Ultimate battle. Who wins? Vine or Vanelsier, whose name I may have been mispronouncing the entire day, whatever. 98% already out of the gates right there, saying that Shadow Knights are gonna dominate this. 5 seconds for prep time. You better hurry up. You better hurry up. The fight has commenced here. And off they go. Arcus throwing a heel down at first and having to stop that real quick. Vanelsier's, there you go. Their pet's doing some damage. We still don't have an HP bar in Arcus. There we go. Fix. Oh my gosh. Okay. Arcus having to use lay on hands there pretty quickly as the harm touch went out pretty quickly. And now it's a dead even match. Arcus hoping to use his superior footsies and range combat micromanagement to make the difference, but golly, this ogre moves quickly. Holy moly. We have two Arcus. Wait, what in the world? There we go. Sorry. HP bar is now good. My fault. All right. Vanelsier, the one who is taking the first visible damage here. Most of y'all betting on Shadow Knights. Better watch out. Not trying to sway the bets here. I'm just saying. Those dots are going to start to do a number though on Arcus. And of course, I think that's what a lot of you are betting on is those dots. Can't heal through a dot. If you're trying to heal through it, you're probably getting sliced in the face. Arcus using fear to fear the pet, and successful. Arcus dispelling himself, perhaps, if he's dotted up nice enough. Hard to tell. I'm trying to see here. Soul Dojo, yes. Production team fired, hired and fired. Oh, that pet could cause some issues here for sure. As Arcus trying to get a dispel, it actually landed that one. Looked like the pet did get a bash off, but did miss. Oh. Having to manage a pet, not part of the strategy for sure. And that's okay. This is just a little fun exhibition match. Arcus. Oh man. Trying to get in the groove, adapting to having to deal with this. Look at this ogre. Oh, how terrifying. And the pet's back in the mix, causing issues. Just enough to be annoying, that pet. Arcus may have just given up on dealing with it altogether. Is now switching to the old Bixie strategy. Let's see how that fares. Because right now, Vanelsier looking pretty good, pretty healthy. Topping off her health and sitting down to mem another spell, I would think. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh my dear. I thought she had used her harm touch. That was a false statement earlier. Well, I don't know what I saw, but it had the same graphic as a harm touch. I think Arcus is he's throwing in the towel. Or did he use DA? Looks like he used DA, maybe getting some other spells, just kind of chilling. A few HP ticks there. And there's lay on hands. Am I tripping? I swear both of these dudes, excuse me, that's not professional. Both of these combatants used both harm touch and lay on hands at the beginning of this match. What in the world is going on here? We're gonna have to run that tape back. Aren't both of those like on a day, like a in-game daytime cooldown? Oh, a Soulfire charge. Oh, maybe there aren't. Maybe if that's the case, maybe the rules don't apply here. Look at that, Arcus saying, "Screw your pet. I'm just gonna kill it," and did just that now. Well, shoot. This is interesting. "72 minutes, yeah. All right, well, unless I saw something, I do recall that Arcus went from half health to full health at the beginning of the match, and I also swear that I saw our arm touch animation. But whatever, it is what it is. As it stands now, the story still looks pretty much the same here. Vanelsier virtually full health. Arcus taking more of the damage here. Crowd's gonna pause for a second, as these crowd noises just strangely enough seem to loop every now and then. I'm not sure what that's about. Bunch of robots out there. Nice and quiet. Jaquan, you thought you saw an HD animation too? Yeah, see? It's not just me. It's not just me. Maybe an artifact targeting him. The server had to tick to get you extra health load, and you saw the cash total. Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. That could have been it too. That could have been it. Rogan booing. Rogan booing. The crowd boos, rather. Not Rogan. The crowd boos. It's the crowd. Arcus going for a heal, getting loaded up with a dot or two, or just one. Or maybe not even that. Maybe just a life tap. Oh my goodness. Rogan confirmed toxic. Super toxic, he confirms. Man. This Gravelord, no joke. Will evil prevail? Is this what we will be left with today for this entire tournament? Is that evil will prevail? Oh my. Datho with the evil already prevailed. He's just killing him twice at this point. Oh man. Ooh. Getting a bash in. Nice. I think the heal still landed. All right, Vanelsier looking. This is probably the most damage that they have let themselves take. This whole match here. Arcus attempting to heal, getting bashed, getting things casted on him, but then landing a heal that second time around. Sure, Arcus and his mana pool is looking a little suspect right now. He's had to do quite a bit of casting so far this match. Arcus now self buff healing. We do know, we did confirm that Arcus has used not only Lay on Hands, but also whatever the Divine Aura equivalent for Paladins is. So he's used both of those. He's probably running out of mana. Vanelsier has used Harm Touch. but also maybe getting a little low on mana. Been a lot of casting. A lot of offensive casting by the Shadow Knight, by the Grave Lord. Still got juice in the tank, though. As Vanel's here looking to cast a life tap. So here's the thing: is Shadow Knight without mana against a paladin who has proven himself to be very effective in ranged combat. What changes here? This could get exponentially more exciting if Arcus is able to work his magic, keep his distance, go back to the fundamentals. And it's looking like that's what this is going to turn into. Oh dear. Well, the way it looks right now, though, Arcus is still taking more damage than I'm sure he'd like to be taking. But he's hanging in there. Oh, there you go. Nelson. Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe yes. Is this going to be a life tap? It is a life tap. A juicy life tap at that. Wonder how many more of those the Grave Lord has. Clearly enough for another one. Here it comes. And there it goes. Well, so much for that theory. Vanel's here still with enough mana to life tap twice, which may have just stunted any potential momentum that Arcus was trying to build there. As the Crusader now having to reel back a little bit. Getting some intel from the field that there may have been a successful disarm. And yes, in fact, look at that. Arcus now look at that. Wow. Another disarm. Oh my. Not sure disarming is going to be enough at this point, though. It's Arcus now in the danger zone of the hit point spectrum. The ogre is hungry. The Grave Lord must feast on the soul of this Crusader. She is not letting up. Oh. Resisted snare. Wow, can you imagine if Arcus is able to land a snare and it would be an interesting situation. I think there's been one thing learned from these best of the best events, and it was probably learned after the very first one, is that magic resist is critical. So it's not always a sound strategy. Obviously, if you're a spellcaster, you're casting spells, but you know, you gotta prepare for massive amounts of resists. It's root. Okay, and it won't stick long. Thank you for that intel. Don't think a root's gonna do much good. Well, no, root would still have the same end result that I'm sure Arcus would like to have, is just uncontested ranged uncontested ranged assault. But Arcus now Probably a little under 20% and dropping as the half-elf crusader running around a bit. Side strafing, just delaying the inevitable, perhaps? Can see frustration in the eyes of the Grave Lord here. Shouldn't it be Grave Lordess? Just a thought. And it's a done deal. Evil prevails. Evil prevails. Hey, good stuff to both combatants here. It was just an on-the-fly exhibition match, but we can put this one to rest. Shadow Knights, more better than Paladins when it comes to PvP. Praise be to Zek. Oh! All right, good stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, that is when I must depart here. I hope you've enjoyed the show. Another best of the best tournament done. Shadow Knights, Paladins. It has concluded here. Good stuff. Back to the studio. Thank you all for being here. Always an absolute blast to be here with all of you calling the plays. I really appreciate y'all's generosity, time investment, chatting it up, keeping things healthy out there for the community. I know there's a lot that happens, a lot of rivalries and stuff, a lot of different guilds and stuff, but I appreciate y'all keeping a level head and having a good time. Special shout out to the GM team for helping things move smoothly. And it looks like that's my cue to go. Thanks to all of you. Appreciate you. I'm out of here. Let's raid somebody. Those of you who are still down to watch some EQ. I'll see some of y'all tomorrow night for Mischief Monday. I'll be back on P99 Tuesdays and Thursdays, and probably next Sunday. Level up hype. Love y'all. I'm out of here.